Are we ready? I know I am. So, whether or not you are, it's time for another episode of the Indie Tales Game Dev live stream. Hey, my name is Adam. You are the Pixel Pals. I've already said the name of the show, so without further ado, it's time to go. Welcome everyone to the Tuesday edition of the stream. Today, we will be doing more Insignia Dev. We'll be working on bits and bobs, trying to get Chapter 2 whipped into shape. I am feeling pretty good about how things are going with the team's development. We had some team meetings today regarding sound and audio. And yeah, I mean, it's all gone pretty well. What else? We're grey boxing. That's what we're doing. I want to welcome those of you who have made it into chat early already. Thank you so much. Bilbo Swaggins on Twitch. And anyone looking on YouTube, welcome as well. Big thanks to most recent follower, Droal Jan. Thank you so much. And Dimmerman, thank you so much for the sub. Hey, Robbie Rucci. Okay, so what I'm working on at the moment is today I put together a grey box tile set. This is like not quite the same as my prototype tile set, which looks like this. The prototype tile set, every block is the same. The grey box tile set makes distinction between edges and walls and that kind of thing. So the grey box tile set gets made from the prototype tile set, and then it's just a bunch of grey boxes. I'm working on this dream sequence at the moment, and I'm working on a shader to make it look more dreamlike. And I mean, it's okay. I think it's working, sort of. It's not there yet. I think I still need to do a bit more granular filtering, but you know, as a prototype, it's fine. So, I'm Cone says, I'm Cone? I have a question. Hi, what's your question? And welcome. There's a sound in my room. It's very repetitive and annoying. Is it a bug outside? One sec. Might be. How did you find your game's minimum system requirements on your Steam page? I just set them myself based on hardware that I've used over the years to run the game. The idea would be, ideally that you would play the game on different devices and set some kind of limit. I can't tell you exactly how to do that other than playtest it yourself or get people who have different hardware to playtest it on their devices. That's the way to do it. But you might be able to try limiting your resources on your PC and seeing what happens. I don't know if that's possible. I think you can do marginal limitations on Windows. You can say limit this to 2 gigabytes of RAM, stuff like that. But that's all you can really do. Just try it on a bunch of different things. At least as far as I know. Somebody might know better than me. Okay. Man, that's a really annoying sound. 1 second. I'm going to go investigate. I'll be right back. It's like a sound that's in the room, but it's definitely not my computer or any of the technology. It's really annoying. It sounds like some sort of frequency. It's like could be an insect, but like it could be in the roof. But I just went outside and I couldn't hear it. I don't know. It's really annoying. Oh well. I'll have to drown it out with audio from the stream. So weird. No, you can't hear it. It's quiet. It's too quiet for the mic, but it's like just loud enough that I can hear it above my music. Alrighty. So this is not doing what I wanted it to do yet. It's supposed to be like dreamlike or memory. I think we need like maybe some sort of foreground aspect, and then like a filter effect as well. Well, it's got a dreamy shader on it. I just don't know if it's dreamy enough. That's better. Okay. Christmas lighting and up the contrast. Yeah, I mean, I can do all kinds of stuff. And I actually I was like Googling like dream lighting, dream, and it's like bloom is the only consistent thing I can see. Like, it's very subtle because dream, memory, hallucination, and inebriation are all very near each other. Like, someone looking drunk is not what we want. Actually, they have some good ones in... The pensive scenes are pretty cool. Let's have a look. Oh, that's too clear. This is what I'm looking for. Oh, it's just literally real life. They don't even try. What about when it's breaking up? Nope. It's just nothing. Dude, I always feel like movies have more VFX than they do sometimes with stuff like this. Like, in my mind, there was like a woo effect over the whole screen during all of that. I've like rose tinted it. You ever do that? I mean, this is looking pretty... This could be a flashback. Yeah, desaturation, definitely. How's it going, Max Bain? What I might like to do is pull forward only the blues. And I really don't want to spend too much time on this. I'm very, very concerned about spending too much on it. I guess I could create my own thing. If I make this just blue. The desaturation is going to happen after the blue, the way I've got it set up now. Trying to create a dream sequence. A dream that's also a memory. I kind of want those blues through everything. Maybe I can desaturate, then multiply some blue in, and then saturate it again. Is that cheating? Yeah, maybe a vignette. I could darken the outside of the screen very easily with a vignette. Could go pretty deep with it, I think. I think I want more like haze across the screen, which I'm not seeing. Maybe I take the haze. I take layer 2, which is this one. I bring it forward. And I put it on foreground 1. Foreground 2. That's, I think, a bit better. I think once we get some ship in here, once we have it looking like an actual ship, it's going to be really good. I think that's plenty for now. Yeah, it is a shader. It's supposed to look warped and weird. Okay, I'm happy with that. Let's move on. So we did this, we did this, we did that. I had lunch. It stopped. Oh, the noise stopped. Oh. It's starting again. I felt my whole brain relax when it stopped. There's a sound happening up in my roof somewhere. It's very annoying. Okay, so lighting effect. Lighting effect. What am I doing for light? Oh, lightning. Yeah, I wanted to tune something up really quickly before I do much prototyping with it. Basically, I have like a lightning effect, and it just looks like nothing right now. It's all gone weird. I think there was a time when it looked okay, but now it does not. I mean, it looks pretty good here, actually. Like, that looks not bad to me. But maybe it's like, I don't know, is it too big? Also, what is this vignette still doing here? As much as I love the smoke, are you interested in Friday Night at Freddy's? Is that what that is? Friday at Freddy's? Friday night? What is FNAF? Is that what that means? I don't even know the games very well. I'm sort of like vaguely aware of their existence. Five Nights at Freddy's. I knew I had it wrong. I'm like, Friday. Yeah, Five Nights at Freddy's. I'm not interested in them. Can I redeem? Wait, as in for me to play? Just to play? I think what I like, I love the lightning. The lightning looks 100% like lightning. The clouds, as cool as they are, I don't think I like them. I think I'm trying to do too much. Friday Night Funkin'. That's what I'm getting mixed up with. You're right. Yeah, I think I want to do like a separate just smoke effect that's just a cloud. And then I spawn a bunch of those clouds. I mean, you kind of are. Usually the spirit of it is feedback. That's really the purpose of it. So, what do? I guess I just let the lightning be. On Fridays, maybe we can do like an hour of like gameplay and stuff, just like random games or whatever. But through the week, like right now, if it's not specifically to like play test somebody's game, it's probably not the way that I want to do it. If it's just like random games throughout the week, I don't think so. I'm working at the moment, you know? So we're doing clinkers. I'm a little tired today, so no music, no singing. What color? Yellow? Pink. Sorry, buddy. All right. Do you ever allow yourself to work for like 16 hours straight? Because I'm married, I don't really have 16 hours straight anymore. That's not really a thing I can do unless I'm doing a game jam. Game jams, yes. All right, this is not necessary right now. This is not a thing I need to do. Five Nights at Wario, Cabin Fever Remastered. Yeah, it's not really the kind of thing. I don't really play like in my own time. I don't usually play like itch.io games, that kind of thing. Yeah. And I'm working at the moment, so it's not really something that I would stop the stream for if it's just to play a game. I don't need to do these today. It's just grey boxing. Okay. So, chapter 2 grey boxing. What do I have to do here? I guess my goal was to... Earlier today, I was doing some scoping. Not tonight. Maybe we'll save... If we ever do, like, just free, like, recommendations, maybe we'll leave them for Friday nights at Freddy's. I can't really... unfortunately, because I'm trying to direct this game and get it out, I can't really afford to be spending just, you know, random hours in the week playing, you know, playing for fun, you know? Okay, so we decided that we were going to prototype out... Where were we? I came up with a bunch of ideas for the plunge attack yesterday. And look, a lot of these ideas, they're good. In order to prototype them, I need to really get cracking. So maybe I'll just go for it. I almost feel like, though, that it's like a... No, I should just do it. I'm feeling a little bit anxious today. I didn't sleep well last night, so my mental faculties are not at 100. I feel like I'm at like 60% at the moment. So maybe I'll just pause for a second and do some orientation. That insect sound is killing me up there. So I have two major things that I'm trying to do. Am I a coffee drinker? I'm not, but I should have one right now. It would really help me if I had some caffeine. Usually I'd have like an energy drink, but I didn't get one today. All right. Is there tea? Does tea have caffeine? How much caffeine is in tea? $11 milligrams. $17. Half a tea bag. Hey, Captain Krabs, how's it going? Thank you so much. Thanks for the raid. What's happening? How was your stream? We are working on Insignia today, which is my game. Insignia is a side-scrolling action-adventure. It's a game I've been working on for many years now. And we're working on chapter 2, this is chapter 1, that's chapter 2. Would I call this my magnum opus? I have called it my magnum opus, and a friend of mine made fun of me. He endlessly makes fun of me for it. I said that in like 2018. He's never stopped. He has not let me live it down. Well, because he rightly thought it was a stupid thing to say. He was right. It is a dumb thing to say. I deserved it. No, scene graph is a custom feature that I created. It's all right. Thank you so much. Catch you later. Alrighty. So what I'm really having to do today is I'm working on this. When a game is this big, you have to you do this thing. At least what I've been doing is I'll start working on parts of the game, right? And there'll be tons of different areas of the game where I just like work on at a certain point, but that doesn't necessarily lead to the game being finished. It's just like lots of stuff. So at some point I need to, like, per chapter, stop and say, okay, here's the story as it's written in the game, and like somehow I need it to be playable end to end. And that's where I'm at right now. So I've got this like diagram of like where all of the things for chapter 2 are at, and then the things themselves here. So, you know, you can sort of see the whole game for chapter 2. It's there, but it's not in a place where like a random person could just pick it up and play it. It doesn't make any sense yet. So yesterday we got to about here and then got a little bit stuck. And this is kind of like the center of the, I mean, it's the middle of the chapter, but it's the part where the player gets the most freedom. There are like 3 main quests and a bunch of side quests that they can do. And then it sort of goes back on rails again for the last third, because that's when the dungeon is and the boss battle. So, as far as like getting this right, what I'm trying to do is be able to set up, I guess I want to see, how do I put this? For me, I almost want to see like the save state up until this point. Like the way I use saves in this game, or like quest flags, is very they get made all the time, and I've got hundreds of them, and they're all sort of a bit disorganized. But I'd like to be able to say, okay, you know, you are 25% through the chapter at this point. Like, because this is quite linear, right? All of these things happen in quite a specific sequence. There's lots of stuff that doesn't happen in that sequence, but this stuff, the main quest line, is strictly linear, at least in terms of how I plan it. So I guess what I want to do is probably start from here. This is the part where I want to play from. So if I just go to like here, and I set up a test flag, maybe I'll make it no progress. I'll start with demo part 4. And I'll call this O2 meet Ned. And then I'll put that save file right there. And then I just want to tweak this one. So let's say we've done all of this. A burning question. What is that one? Yes. Yes, but none of that. And then like, yeah, like this is the problem. Like, I don't know if all of those flags I just set are enough. I guess you would have done that. So if I fire this up, I suppose this is, yeah, this is where I would be. I don't like that I can see them there. It really bothers me. It's so annoying. Oh my gosh, come on. Okay. Oh, Pitforian, that's very kind of you. It's a major nightmare. It's a nightmare because it's not the kind of game where I can't easily stitch the threads of it together. That's the challenge. It's the part that's really hard for me. The stitching part. And I don't understand what is wrong with this. Why don't we end up there? Is it the names of the doors? What is going on? Like, why do I end up here? I don't know what this is, though. Global audio. Audio. That's also weird. That shouldn't be a problem, ever. System music source. Oh, that shouldn't even be there. See, I've got I must have some old stuff lying around in the scene. Yeah. Don't you worry about that. I'll get rid of that. We should probably remove them entirely. The things that uses. And you know what? Yeah, but see, why did we open up through that door? Let's figure it out. So on load. No matching scene spawn link found for system data, spawn link data to string. But this says 0. So what the heck is going on? Is it these doors? Do the doors have like some special nonsense going on? They have this override. If I revert that. That might be it. I think it's not using, it's defaulting to the old implementation of how I made these doors connect to each other. There we go. So I have to make sure that none of them still have the old version. Yeah, all 3 of these. I used to have to pick the scene and then describe the name of the door. Like I need to know its name. Which was annoying. Because I'd have to go back and forth like multiple times. Okay, those are okay. What do you mean by stitching, and how many and any examples from other games? Is it like callbacks, twists? No, it's literally the like the game has a story, and the game needs to constantly know where in the story you are. And so it does that by having some sort of dictionary of Booleans that determine what you've done so far in the game. And that dictionary of Booleans gets bigger and bigger and bigger the more you make, the bigger your game is. So in this case, like, these are all of the quests in the game, right? These are the quests so far. And each of them is a list of Booleans, okay? And then there are all of the Booleans that relate to things that aren't part of quests. So these are just all of the possible things you could have done in the game. And almost every game needs this. It's something that does this. And it's not, that's just for 2 chapters. And it's not just the idea that, like, it's not just making them or setting them or having them not run into each other. That's fine. It's okay, you're trying to set up a playtest where you are at this part of the game. Which of the flags should be set to true? You know, or you're trying to create like this, like I just created this, right? From memory of like what the game, like this is the script of chapter 2. You go here, you do this, you go here, you do this, you do this, you do this. This is just like literally like the story. And each time there's a new box, there should be a flag to describe the difference between like this and that and that. Otherwise, the only way you would do a game like this without all of that is you would just have it that every time you left the scene, you never go back to that scene. You just have it be a big linear sort of, you know, journey from A to B. Undertale, I think, is a bit like that. Like in Undertale, you're sort of always going somewhere new. So the game doesn't really have to remember where you were or what you were doing. It's just like, well, if you're in this scene, you can talk to this character. Actually, I'm sure Undertale has a massive dictionary of random stuff that you can do. I take it back. I'm sure that game has a massive one. The problem is more just like, it's kind of a writing issue. Like in a book, the synopsis, it kind of just like, everything is text. So when you write a chapter synopsis, you are describing what will be in the chapter. And then when you write, you know, a page of the chapter, it sort of just is, what's the word? The state of the book is very, it can only have one state at a time. Whereas this, there's so many different states of things that you can have done or not have done. And it creates this like ocean of all of these things that are technically at a data level on the same level. Like there's no distinction between like main quest flags and non-main quest flags. Maybe there should be, maybe that's my problem, but I haven't made that distinction yet. So for me, when I'm looking at this, it's just like, okay, a bunch of booleans. And for me, because the story is so big, I have made a demo already, yeah. Because the story is so big, I keep wanting to have something that looks like this, that's in the game, that I can use to check off, like unit testing. That's what I can't do right now. I can't really do unit testing on story. I can't say, yes, this part is 75% done because it's connected to this and that, and those are in a good sequence. Like I'd want to be able to say, oh, yes, I've validated that you can play each of these parts to this degree. And then that sequence is like, check, crossed off. And then I don't have to think about it anymore. But instead, it's kind of like, well, you can kind of play all the game and it will just break at certain points because I haven't hooked those parts up together. And I'm just having to play it until it stops breaking. It's like, or not even breaking, but it's like cartography. It's like, this is what it feels like. Yeah, I have a Discord server for feedback. So it's like I have a map of a place, but it's like a hazy map of a place. It's like all blurry. So now I have to I can do little expeditions around different parts of the coast and say, oh yeah, I've been there and I've validated that. I've been there and I've validated that. But that doesn't mean I can walk all the way around the validated shape. I have to go to all of the bits and validate every single one of them. And that's assuming I don't change anything. If I rewrite it and change a part of the coastline, I have to obviously retrace all of it. That's kind of what the problem is. It's not it's like a logistics problem. It's not a programming problem. It's just like how do you implement something that's like the size of a season of TV and you're the only person making it. You know what I mean? And it's like all this production stuff and you have to go to locations and shoot on location and you have actors and they have schedules and it's like all of that, but just by yourself. Because yeah, like this, for example, this level's not in yet, but I need to be able to go to the level so that I can stitch it up to this, because this cutscene doesn't play until after you've been to this level. So there needs to be a stub there that says, yeah, this is the level, you've been here, you can continue. And I couldn't validate this until you could load into it from this. So it's like, even if I haven't done that level yet, and I'm not even scheduled to do that level yet for ages, I still need to be able to go there and say that it exists, And a lot of this is like that. It's like, well, nothing is 100% the way it's supposed to be, but everything needs to be enough of the way it's supposed to be playable. So yeah. There was a question, what kind of object is that in Unity? Is that a state machine? No, I mean, it's just a scriptable object which has a list of lists of flags. This is a dictionary of flags, or a hash of flags, and the rest of it is just lists of items and lists of quests. Lists of quests, and quests are lists of flags. Yeah, so there's just a lot of placeholding going on that I need to be always on top of. Would you not be able to just fetch the state and dependencies that require that level to be unlocked, similar to a DB query? It's not about the technical side of it. Of course I can do that. But the question is, what is the... Okay, I go to this level, right? I go to the level and I want to talk to this guy, right? He has like a bunch of different things that he can say depending on what you've done. So which one do I want to test right now? Do you know what I mean? Like the query itself is, it's not running the query. It's knowing what query I want to ask. You know, it's not like I can play whatever I want, right? I can go in and I can say, let's play this one. But it's like jumping to a part in a book. It's like just opening a book at a certain page and going, okay, where am I? Like, I don't know. I don't know what that means. They said some stuff. I'm sure it's written somewhere in my notes. I can play it. I just like, there's context there. Like these are all the cutscenes that take place in this workshop. I can play any of them I want, but like they're not in an order that's like visually apparent. You know, it's not like they're not written in this construction. Maybe they should be, but like, is it worth me creating that metadata layer just so that I can track the game? And what would that even look like? Like if I tried to literally represent the whole game in a 2D graph like this, would it just be like insanely noisy? Maybe it would be, because it's not a two-dimensional space that I'm representing. It's like multi-dimensional. Like every time there's a branch or like a random thing that checks some other state that's dependent on something else, like this could be dependent on that or vice versa. So like, how would I represent that? Like a dotted line? It could just be like a massive mess of rectangles. That doesn't help me either. Like you hope it looks something like this. It mostly looks like this, but like, is that valuable? I don't know. I could definitely do it. Like there's already a representation of like, if I go here, okay, this is Meet Ned. Meet Ned is a, that's not what I want to do. This is what I wanted to happen. So like this cutscene, Meet Ned, gives you the flag Meet Ned, right? It means you've met him. And it's dependent on this Meet Gallier flag, which is he's the lord of the town. And Gallier, that flag is set by this cutscene in this scene, a different scene. So I can do it. I can trace back through the dependencies one by one and say, oh, okay, this Meet Gallier is set by this, an audience with Gallier cutscene, right? That's Gallier. And that requires what? Nothing. This is where it breaks down, because now there is no chain of dependencies from this back up to the previous thing that you did in the game, because the previous thing doesn't attach to this. This just plays automatically when you enter the scene, and entering the scene happens at the end of like a different cutscene. Like there's a cutscene that happens in the town that teleports you to that scene. And the first time you teleport into that scene, it happens to play an audience with Gallier. So it's not like there is no connection. It's just you run into this rectangle. The rectangle plays Armin Apprehended. And then at the end, it loads you into Cheverton Hall. You can't see that because I'm in the way. It loads you into this scene. We go to the scene. And then this happens to drop you into the trigger for the cutscene, which starts playing. So even then, like, I can't say, oh, this takes place after that from a data perspective. I could probably stitch them together more literally than that. But there are lots of things in the game where the continuity is not based on a cutscene. There are lots of places where it's like, oh, Now that you've got this ability, you can go to this area and then the story advances because you could go there and you couldn't before. Like, it's ability gated. So I can definitely do between cutscenes, quests, and any other thing that depends on them. Yes, I can trace it. And I actually built this before. It exists in the game. Check it out. I have this thing called Causality Editor. See this? See this orange? This orange goes back to this green because you can't open the door until you talk to Rose. Right? Pretty cool. There's actually a link between these two. So if I'm like, oh, how come I can't open the door? I can literally say, oh, because you have to talk to Rose first. But even then, it's not that useful. Like, they need to be labeled in a way that makes sense. But like, oh, actually, there's like a bunch of different things here. I'm not super sure why I see this like 4 times. Maybe it's just duplicating. Door condition. Well, the door can be open in like, there's like 2 days of gameplay where you go in and out of this door. And so like sometimes you go through the door. Yeah, like all these different conditions are different, like essentially if statements. And some of them double up, I guess. In terms of what you need to be checking. Aspects of them double up. So like this thing checks that you've talked to Mum, but also like, yeah, it's complicated. Like, it just is that way. And it's not more complicated than it has to be. It's just it's just complicated. Well, the thing is, what you would do to make this more pliable, is you would have one person whose job it was to be the story master, and they would be in charge of asking everybody else, can you make sure that this character is here? Can you make sure that, and I'll hook up all the scenario. There'd be someone whose job it was to just do scenario stuff. And that person's me. But also I'm everybody else, except for the, audio and some animation and music. Anyway, let's get on to it. I don't want to complain. I am not happy with these characters ever having these prompts, so I'm going to take them away. I literally just have to do it to and from my game design doc. That's just the way it has to be. So you talk to him. It's not that complicated, I promise. It's not, but it is. Well, the good news is that the chapters are pretty isolated. Like, I don't have to check chapter 1 stuff for chapter 2. They're in a big rectangle separate from each other. You can't go back to chapter 1 from chapter 2 until like the last part of the game. It's pretty, there's really just one, one font. Is the font custom? Yeah, the font's custom. But like even Ned here, like, yeah, conceptually the data structures are not complicated to understand. It's just being in it is hard. So like Ned, it's like there's a bunch of dialogue you can talk to him with that has to do with the main quest. And then you get another quest, and that quest needs to be done before you can do this conversation. From here, you should still be able to talk to him, but it should be like a loopable thing that he just says, being like, hey, come back to me when you've done that, right? Again, perfectly understandable, but just very complicated. You know, like making sure that I've hooked it up together correctly is so that this happens, then this, then this, then this. And in a way that's kind of like, well, this might be just part of his, he might have like other things that he says in other contexts. What's a game that gets close to this? Literally any game, dude. Like Final Fantasy. Every single Final Fantasy is like this. Every RPG, every adventure game would be like this. The only thing I think that saves it is like I'm playing a game at the moment that makes me think this way too. I'm playing Radiant Historia. It's just a 3DS game, right? It's just like just a normal game on a 3DS. Just an RPG. Every JRPG on the Switch, Bravely Default, Project, whatever the Unicorn Overlord is, Triangle Strategy, all those games are like this, you know, and they must just be a massive mess of flags. My health bar, I have low health. I need to eat food to heal. I'm just learning that this is how complicated it is. I mean, I've known this for a while, but anyway, let's get back to it. So yeah, so this is not good because I can't talk to him, but there's no reason I shouldn't be able to talk to him. I just haven't set up anything for him to say in this specific web of flags. And I don't think that this is good as a list. Like, I don't think it's a helpful layout. It's just the way that it is right now. It's kind of like a deck of CDs, and he is a CD player, and it's just going through the CDs and saying, which ones can we play right now from the bottom to the top? So vaguely this happens later than that, but they all have, you know, strict conditions. If I go through them all, you can see the green and the red tell me why I can or can't play them. So we've done 1 and we've done 2, but 3 of swordsmithing, we haven't got the requirements for that. So that would be this, or this one here. So there should be a new conversation that goes between these two where he says, come back, talk to me later. Maybe if I had used like Twine or something, this would have been a bit easier. Like a middleware for story management. It'd be good to show the, I thought I was actually doing that. To show like what's green and what's red on this. But I don't think I can do that very easily. I thought maybe I was doing it. I don't know. I mean, I've never used Twine, so I'm just assuming. Most of those games, those like visual novels, would be the same as this in terms of complexity, at least. I'm just concerned about the idea of like, what would it look like to turn this into a graph? you know? Like, do I need this? Do I need to see it this way? I don't like having to build tools for this kind of thing anymore, because I built so many tools, more than anybody I know, which makes me think that I'm doing something wrong. I would love to see these with some kind of flow. I think that's probably the biggest thing that I'm missing. Like, there's no flow here. I have to manually go through these and go click, click, yep, that one, based on this, which is not a great UX for me. But otherwise, then this sequences list needs to be different than a list. I need to basically recreate. I don't know if it's possible to do that. And that's the other thing, is that the actual logical layout of whatever this thing looks like is a different thing to how this is presented. So the fact that I have to hook things up in a way that's like translated in a way that's different to how it's written in the story, for the sake of, like, you know, Unity data structures, like, oh, it's a list, so it has to be linear, so I have to put things that are actually on like different paths. Like, it could be that it's a tree, right? And if you look at it, yes, the player has to experience it linearly, so there has to be a linear path, but it could be something like this, where it's like, well, this goes to here, which then goes to there. Well, that's linear, but maybe it's these two conversations both have to happen, but this one's actually after that. There could be things, I mean, I don't know. Is it linear? Like, all of this, nonetheless, could be drawn like this. If you flatten it down, if you just bring them over. And I suppose the difference is, I know why. The difference is that some of the things like this cutscene is the result of a quest, right? But this is not part of Ned. This is like, you go do something else and come back. So the idea of this being linear, but me not being able to show this part of it, makes this confusing. How do I get from here to here? It's not obvious, it's not visual. And it would be nice if I could see this, or whatever it was that I was looking at, and inherently know, oh, I see, this goes to that quest. This goes to that quest. Now, I want to be super clear. There's like maybe 10 NPCs in the whole game that have this kind of complexity, that are like hubs. I don't need to solve this in a system way. If I have to do it, even like, let's say it's 5. If there's 5 nightmare scenarios in the game that look like this, 5's not that many in a 10-year game. So I think I just need to suck it up. The bigger problem is more about that I can't validate this by looking at anything. It reminds me a lot of how when you're painting, like drawing visual art, you can step away from the painting and look at it as a whole and say, yes, this is a building or a landscape. With music, you can't validate music unless you listen to the whole music. Like, you have to press play and listen, start to end, and then you can say, yep, that was mixed well, you know, or I liked that, or whatever. So I can't, like this, I could look at this and be like, yes, it's all green, or no, it's not all green. But I can't, on the game side, I can't validate anything unless I physically, manually play it all end to end, like it was a music track. And the thing that makes me anxious is that that's usually like a 2.5-hour track. That's why I think it's hard for me. It's because it's not observable from a distance. And I'm such a visual person that I get impatient and I get distracted. And nonetheless, it's not bad. And I'm going to keep going because we could talk about it all day, but I don't want to. But I do worry for the player's sake. That's the other thing. Like, say I do all of this, right? And all I do is, like, right now, here's the thing. He just said to me, come talk to me again when you're ready to start your training. The player is like, okay, I wasn't reading that. Now I'm here and I don't know what to do. If they happen to talk to him again, the story continues. Maybe I should just never let that happen. Like, fair enough. I guess because that's main quest, I don't really have any... that would be a thing. I don't have any direction here. So what do I do? I guess I need to give some more clear direction. Yes. All right. So... let's look at... So the Fete Solstice has 3 flags, but there is a separate quest called Stake Our Claim, which I'm going to rewrite. Because it's all wrong. Okay. So I wanted this quest to be one that takes you from Ned's workshop back out to here. And you won't have done any of these yet. And we are going to One sec, pals. One sec. Cool. Yeah, that's right. Grey boxing is the solution, and I'm already doing it. So I want to do that, and I want basically need to change this whole quest from what it was to what I want it to be. The struggle is that what I've just written, this is the other thing. It's kind of like if I want to change this, which I was mentioning before is really hard to do. All of the data in the game that was there to make it do one thing needs to be changed, and also the logistics need to be updated. So like I want to write a quest where these cat performers show up and they need your help to build them something to contribute to this festival that's happening. Like you have these three quests where you're helping the town prepare for a festival. These are a traveling band of performers. In the version that I have currently, they're already in the town and you're helping them set up their tent pegs. I don't like that because I want some of the quests to take you out of the town. I want you to be coming back and forth. And I want those quests to be helping you level up your abilities. So what I want the quests to do instead is for the performers to be out of the town, and somebody, one of the performers, or somehow some job is posted where you have to go and find them. However, it should be that you already have what you need when you get there. It can't be that you go there, pick up the quest, come back, forge the thing you need, and then go back again. That's nonsense. So either I have everything that needs to be done, like everything that the quest needs is where the quest is. Like there happens to be an anvil, which is the case. There's always an anvil where you learn a new ability. So I could make it that you use the anvil here to mend their traveling caravan, their cart wheel or something like that, an axle. We have a quest for fixing an axle that we didn't put in chapter 1, so we could use some of that here. So yeah, I mean, there's certainly we could do something here, but I also have to make sure, like, it's not an escort mission. So like he leaves, he shows up, you talk to him, he leaves, he says, come and meet me somewhere. We do have fast travel, but you won't be able to fast travel yet. The point is that the fast travel should be given to you after you've explored, after you've been through Ever at least once. The point, because the game's not just a story-based game, it's also action. And I want the player to be forced to trudge through this space a couple times before they get the abilities and the fast travel opportunities to let them zip where they need to go. So, maybe I should allow fast travel from Ned's workshop earlier, that would be actually pretty cool. Because it would mean if you'd already unlocked fast travel from Ned's workshop, then as soon as you finish the quest, you could just zip back to the town. That's actually really convenient. So somehow now I need fast travel to be accessible from Ned's workshop in a way that makes sense. Maybe I just allow it. The point is there's going to be an ability that you can learn here. All of the anvils have abilities, but maybe this one doesn't need it. I mean, it's made it. They're designed. The data structure demands that you learn an ability at the anvils. I could decouple them. And it's this kind of stuff that I get caught up in. Like everything I just said, totally reasonable, also very difficult. Yeah, there's an ability scriptable that's attached to the scene metadata. So I need for you to learn an ability here. And you probably... I can't be... There's already 4 in the chapter. There's no space for it. Unless it's like a special neutral ability or something. I don't have scope for that. Dude, that sound is so loud. I think it's a bug. I think it's like a cricket or something. It's not consistent enough to be like a fan or something squeaking. Maybe it is. Hey, Vingeren Gaoma. It's going okay. Vinge, that's right. I don't think it's electrical, but I don't know what else it would be. It literally sounds like it's in my walls. Get the ladder and the GoPro? No thanks. Well, yeah, like the ceiling, it could be in the roof. It stopped for like 5 seconds an hour ago. Anyway, so let's just I want to keep thinking about this cutscene. I'm actually just going to write. I think it's better to just deal with this in text form. Okay, Heathen Band quest synopsis. Armin is approached by a performer from a traveling band of Heathen cats. Their cavern is broken down. They need a new axle to repair the wheel. This is where we learn the ability for the chapter. Okay, questions. I just need to solve this from like a script perspective, I think. It's not even a logic thing. It's just like what happens in the story. Can we fast travel from Ned's place? Ned's workshop. challenge is, so far, every anvil has been able to teleport, and this one is fine because it's an abandoned workshop that your dad left. But this one, Ned literally knows about it. It's his workshop. He could know that it's a crucible. So what, we just get an ability here just because we got here? That's fine. It would be useful if there were places around the town that could then use the ability, because that's kind of the precept. Well, I didn't do it for here. Maybe I give you an ability. So you get the ability before you need it, which means you pass through here the first time, you don't have wall run. Then you get it, say here. I would make it maybe a yellow ability, which is plunge. So you get plunge there, and then you just get wall run here, which means the plunge crucible goes there, and then it stopped. Oh, thank God. Oh, it stopped. Okay. Oh, I can think again. You get the plunge ability here, and then what? You don't need it again. I was gonna have like a detour. Here, this is plunge. So this was going to be there. Now it's going to be under here. I mean, it's not the worst thing in the world. It does make sense. I can make it make sense for it to be underneath. Hey, Virus One. Okay. All right. I think I'm sold on it. I was going to do a different rewrite anyway. It's this kind of thing where I've done so many different constraints already that it's like, well, why do these constraints exist? Are they really valuable to exist this way? Like, there's a lot of stuff here that's like very contrived, or like it feels, what's the word? Very like difficult to wrap your head around why it ought to be that way. Like, I just changed where this happens because of where I want you to be able to fast travel from. I guess that's the thing. I guess that's just what games do. Do I want it to be hammerfall or do I want it to be plunge? That's where I'm also stuck on. What is this ability? I guess it doesn't really matter. Yeah, I'm not convinced about that. Why did I even make them two different things? What was the goal? What was I thinking? I didn't even name it. I just one day changed it. Was it because I wanted to see how it looked? I don't know. I have two abilities that are basically the same ability. And I don't have any record of the second one. I just made it in game like a month ago. And I don't know, I can't remember why I did it. Doesn't really matter now. Yeah. Whatever. Doesn't matter. How does that help me do this? I'm going to take a break. Be back in a bit. It literally is in my walls, this stupid thing, whatever it is. There's something in my walls, chat. I hate it. Also, I've not been sleeping enough. It's really bothering me. I'm not happy. I'm very irritable. Stuck in the window? I don't think it's in the window. No, it's not in the window. All right, Adam. Just right. Just right. Okay. Can we fast travel from Ned's workshop? Does it need an ability? No, it has to be plunge. Some aspects of the story are made a little bit difficult. Maybe it's about proximity. I don't know. I guess I could do that. Yeah, I'll make it arbitrary. I'll make it about proximity. Like the sword can only travel within a chapter, and then at the very end you get to travel between all of them. It's just like a arbitrary power up that you get. But when you're out of chapter 2, you can't travel to chapter 2 before chapter 5. Okay. So then yes, we can fast travel, which is going to make his workshop look kind of weird. Because there's going to be a big yellow diamond up here. I'll have to figure out a way to make that look less insane. Okay. So let's think about it. Okay, summary. Maybe it's like not an axle, but like a part. Does it have like a nut? or something, like a metal band that it needs around here. Boxing. Installing a metal sleeve known as a box or boxing into the wooden hub of a wagon or carriage wheel. The metal sleeve acts as the bearing surface. Yeah, that's what I want. That's literally what I was thinking about. How do you install metal boxing? Hey, Chosinger. Thank you so much. Please tell me you mash it with a hammer. Please tell me you hammer it down with a big mallet. Please. That's pretty cool. It's got a big nut. Please, please, please whack it with something. All right, Armin will whack it. Thank you so much for the sub, Chosinger. The chub. Thanks for the chub, buddy. Subscriber. Yeah, we'll figure it out. Yeah, it's all the same. Marked on map. That's good. Would there be a Mac build? There's no reason there couldn't be a Mac build. Sorry, one sec. Okay. Mark on the map. Okay. So then it's not an escort mission. You just go meet him there when you're done. Will we need a design for this? Probably not. I think we'll keep it simple. We will need a design. It's a shame I can't give you a good reason to need like a part. Maybe it needs like a special part. We make the parts, that's the problem. And so the thing that you would need is like iron, basically. And then you're in a blacksmith workshop, so it's like, shouldn't you have iron? I want for there to be a reason. Sorry, pals. Okay. Yeah, what could this need? Hub band. Maybe it's like you fix the whole wheel. And you get a leather strap for the suspension, basically, for the padding around. So he gives you the wheel. You combine the scrap, the frame, and then the leather strap. So it's it's wooden wheel frame, the metal boxing, and leather strap. Okay, that works for me. He gives you the wooden frame, he gives you the design for the wheel. And then you go buy the leather strap. You go back, you build it, then you go meet him. The poor performers is what we're going to call this quest. Because it's like they're poor. They're out of luck. Poor performers, but they have paws because they're cats. All right. One sec, pals. All right. So, peg, I'm going to reappropriate as wheel, wagon, boxing. Maybe just wheel boxing. Is it a bearing? It's a type of plain bearing. Well, it's still called a bearing though, right? Okay, it's a bearing. We're going to call it a bearing. I think most people understand that term better than boxing. Cartwheel bearing. Which is going to be not a trinket. It's a material. That's not what I want though. Oh no, MPEG. Where is this? It's in drops, which I thought maybe there would have been a thing called drops here. There's drops.meta, which is this, but there's no drops.ace. Except there is an item drops.ace, but it's in my OneDrive folder. Hey, yes, you will get mad. Which is here, and I hate that this is like this. I hate it, but it is the way that it is. Is the tent peg here? No. Now that's... If the tent peg isn't here, then where is the asset where I created the peg? It doesn't matter. Ideogram gods. 2 paws for the pause icon. Pause. That's actually insane. Hey, Bureau. Bureau of Mystery. Are you the one who was telling us about your friend who had a game who'd been working on for 10 years and he only had like a demo scene? That's the friend? You can only do what you can do. You can't help some people. Yeah, I get it. Okay. So, that's very kind. But I wouldn't use me to, you know, make him feel bad. I probably wouldn't do that, but I understand what you were trying to do with the comparison. Okay. I mean, somebody could look at me and say similar things to what you were saying about your friend, if I'm being honest. At least I feel that way. I know I work really hard, but, you know, someone in my family might not understand. He might seem like it's the same thing. That said, I don't really know your friend, so I might just be being too generous to him. I just don't want to be the one. I'm not going to sit here and say, oh, he should be moving a lot faster. It can't be me. I can't be the one saying that. Oh, thank you. The water tower was so fun. I'll go back in a heartbeat. Yeah, game jams are awesome. Although it's important to note, like, game jams are not the same as, like, necessarily like making something. It takes a lot longer. I could see, like, if someone said to me they spent 10 years on a movement system, though, I mean, I don't know. It would depend on how much gameplay there was, I guess, in his game. I remember what you were describing it as. Like, ultimately, this is the thing. Like, people can spend as much time as they want on something, and I would never have a problem with them doing that. It's more about, like, do they have a reasonable expectation about what will happen at the end of it? And that's something that even I fret about when it comes to my stuff. Like, am I being reasonable with what I think will happen? Let me look at this bearing again. I literally can't write boxing without it giving me boxing. I'll draw this. It's hard at this resolution. Sort of right. It's sort of something. It looks a little bit wonky though. I hate it. Okay, let's fix it up one more time. No, I'm trying too hard to make something 3D that shouldn't be 3D. Most of the items in the game have a 3D look about them. That's why. It's literally just like a bearing for a cartwheel. That'll do. What are we talking about? I'm lost on what chat's discussing. Peg. All right. Let's keep going. Homebrew is a package manager to Apple Mac. Huh? How is that the way that works? Send message open? Oof. I guess the right way to do it, if I didn't want to be sending messages, would be to have some kind of like it would probably be to hard code it, honestly. I'll probably just do that. It's fine. Alrighty. Well, yo, thanks for the follow. Cheers. All right, we need another one with jowl. Meat jowl, pots and kettles. And then I might just go new event sequence, jowl, shop intro. That's it. Now, this probably shouldn't be here. Okay. And that didn't do anything. There's a sequence player here. How do I want this to work? I suppose I could put him back the way he was. Put the merchant menu here. But then it would be two different sequence players, which I don't like. So maybe it's like this. And then that send message goes upwards. I suppose I could put on him a script. Quest causality tracker. I don't think I want to do that. What does that do? I don't need that anymore. Plastic Pariah. Adam, may I ask, when you said you don't want to send messages in hardcode instead, are you referring to Unity's version of signals like in Godot? Unity has a thing called send message upwards that I used to use quite a lot. It's a part of mono behavior, and what it's doing is it's kind of just sending an event and using reflection for any script that's on the same game object as this or underneath it in the node structure, or maybe above it in the node structure. Hey, does anything have this event as a function? If so, call that function. It's kind of lazy, and it isn't particularly what's the word? It's not a very responsible way to structure the code, because there's no kind of callback. There's no like proof that it happened. So I try not to use it, but some of my old stuff is built on top of it. So this in particular is one of those, and I'm just musing to myself about how I don't want to use it anymore. So, I mean, we've got this NPC. Hi, do I speak Spanish? No para español. Sorry. I mean, it's also unoptimized, yeah. The problem here is that there's no like easy way to call a function on a script unless I have some sort of something that uses reflection anyway. And I can do that. There's a thing I can do, but I don't want to do it this way. So I am going to just call. I'm going to see what I can do. That's what I'm going to do. Yeah. The easiest thing to do would be, hey Patchouli Soy, welcome. The easiest thing to do here would be to make it so that this merchant pre-menu thing is the jowl one. Shop intro. And then, does this have a prompt? There's a merchant NPC here, which is sitting nowhere, but now it sits on him. If I go like this and like that, now she is the merchant. Ideally, I mean, look, in this context, this character doesn't need to have a presence in the scene other than this merchant NPC. I mean, if I want him to move around and stuff, maybe. Okay. All right. I'll take it back. That goes away. He's here. And we're going to manually call it on literally on a thing here. Merchant opener. One sec, pals. Be right back. Okay. Where can I play your game? You can play it on Steam. Steam. Cool. So, merchant opener. What a terrible name for a script. Literally, that's all this is going to do. It's just that I need a reference somewhere to call from the NPC down to him, and I don't want to add anything more complicated. So we're going to go, hang on a second, remove that, save this. Oh, he's just like a regular NPC. Okay. Merchant opener goes there. I need a public merchant menu, recompile, and then I'll be able to plug it in, and then it should work, hopefully. So we walk up to you, we talk to you. Oh, it worked. But this should not have that. Let's try that again. Nice. And then we have other stuff here that needs to happen too. So actually this should probably go up. So we talk to him first. Maybe after this we also open it. All right. Now we can do this. Do all that. And then now we should be able to talk to him. Good. Sweet. I don't like that there's two of these prompts. So we should be able to take this away. Then we can have the conversation. And I need to make it so that the attack button does not get called when we do that. So that's all great. We can have him move around and that'll work still. Perfect. From here though, let's push that over a little bit and bring this back to 0. That's better. We want his speech bubble to be over his head. But we also want the center of this box to be not in front of him, because otherwise we'll stand over him. So now it's, there we go, perfect. Now what is this? This is a lot of stuff I don't need in this scene anymore. This goes away, this goes away. Great. So Hello, Unity? Hello? Okay. I probably have to split this scene up to make that make sense, but that's fine. Turn that back on. And now we can talk to Jal. I don't like that he automatically gives us an item. So we're going to get rid of his quest causality tracker. Let's remove that. And let's go back into here and make sure we remove everything we don't need. Pot design, quest item handler. I don't think we need that right now. At least not after Metjal. This can go. I'm deleting it. All right. And then on his merchant menu, we want him to have what? Leather strap. And does he give us the design for the cartwheel? I think not. I think he should give us something just else. $50. Damn it. Okay, ready? False? Well, how did he attack then? Huh? There's 2 places, but that's rebound, so that's not going to happen. If that's false, this or import attack is held. Well, I don't like that. Adam, when you use flags to log events in your game, it is essentially a singleton that's being updated. I'm trying to conceptualize this system and if it's a correct way to do similar things. So what I have is like this. I have a thing called game data. This is a singleton in that, by definition, because it lives underneath an object called game system. And this there's only one of in the whole game. Game data is essentially the save file. That's what it is. Game data contains all of the possible things that you can do in the game as checkboxes. But those checkboxes are not booleans, they're objects. It's a dictionary of flag, which is what this is, and then status. So it's really just a bunch of flags. And then I think it's an enum I use to determine whether or not you've got them. But you could just use a hash. The difference is that if you use a hash, you can't tell if something is strictly speaking not there. Whereas if you have a dictionary, you can fill it full of all of the things that can happen in the game and then set them to false or true. So if there's a save file that's old, say I add a quest later and someone doesn't have it, if I use a hash, it might not be possible to tell the difference between a hash from a file that didn't have the quest because the quest never existed in that version of the game versus one where it did exist in the version of the game but was set to false. That's very minor, but anyway, that's why I use a dictionary. And so the flag being a scriptable object, scriptable object, basically means it's a data file. It's literally like a, similar to being like it's like an asset, right? It's an asset. So as an asset, what that means is that I can take this flag and I can put it in a bunch of places by reference. The same flag. I can check it here, I can set it there, I can check it here, and it'll always reference back to that spot in the dictionary where I saved it. So I think this is the right way to do it. It means that I never have to manage indices in the dictionary. I never have to check, is this, condition 100? It's not like a giant, bitwise operation. And it's not like a giant enum full of all the game states. They're just instances of classes that refer to some part of game progress. So this NPC can say, have you done this yet? And this NPC can say, yes. Or let's do it the other way around. This NPC can say, have I done this? And this NPC can say, you have done this. And they both check the dictionary. So maybe this NPC doesn't talk to you unless you've talked to this NPC first. The flag is there in both instances. It's just sitting there. I drag it in the inspector because it's just a file in my project directory. That's all right. So like the only thing about it that's a little maybe not great the way I've done it, but I don't know if there's a better way, is that for me, those flags are everywhere and they're named and they're like this is a flag. The flag, my flags have like text. So like if you're inside of a quest, maybe they shouldn't have these. Maybe it should be part of the quests. But like I can actually write copy that goes into a little journal so that the player can track back through the quest and say, I did this, I did this, I did this. And they have like semantic information in them. It's like, I talked to so-and-so and that's like a record of the thing, the flag. Not every flag has a text. Obviously there's thousands of them. But I think what I'm a little concerned about is maybe what I should have done is have the cutscenes be a kind of flag or like inherit from like flaggable or something like that. So that I could just say like, have you done this cutscene? Rather than I have like cutscenes and then I have their flags. So for every cutscene that stores progress, there is a matching flag that has like basically the same name, but they're just two different data types. That might have been a bit clumsy. There are reasons why I would want to do it that way, but it has meant a lot of duplication of, like you can see here, blue, red, blue, red, blue, red. It's because there's like the same thing. There's like the cutscene and then the flag that represents that cutscene in the save file. Again, maybe that's fine. Maybe that's like totally the way that I should do it. I don't know. I sort of just cobbled this together. Would you say an updated boolean in a singleton is a bad idea in a small game if you can manage the data or saves? I mean, look, small enough. If it's just booleans, it's probably okay. If it's really small. I know somebody who's doing booleans and their game is like a 5-hour long game. You know, like Undertale does booleans. I think it's not even boolean, it's like if else. But it must be boolean somewhere. There must be a save file. So it's doable. It's just there would be pitfalls somewhere. I don't know where they are. I think I might just get rid of this. It feels wrong. That's better. Okay. All right. How did I do that quest without getting the design for it? Oh, there it is. Back in the design. So this requires one scrap iron, one leather strap. I'll make an iron ingot. And one wheel frame, which I don't have yet. Oh, I can never get that right. That's looking pretty good though. It was looking good, and then I looked at it again, and now I hate it. I was like, this looks great. Turns away for 1 second. What is this garbage? I don't even think I turned away. I think I just put the stroke on it, and now I don't like it. That'll have to do. That's pretty good, actually. I'll take it back. Hey, thanks for the follow. Welcome. All right, what am I doing here? I know what I'm trying to do. I just don't know if I'm definitely not succeeding yet. And then I want to do the silver bit here. There we go. There needs to be like a visual difference between just the wheel and the completed wheel, like the frame and the actual finished wheel. So there's cartwheel design, cartwheel bearing, and then this is going to have to be cartwheel. And this makes a cart. This was a bearing that I had before. Well, the bearing doesn't exist anymore. So then this can stay whatever it is. So bearing, this is now a cart. Oh, I confused myself. Wait, you forge the bearing? Nah, no. He gives you the wheel, he gives you the scrap metal. It can't be that you forge two different things. You have to forge one thing. Surely, right? Maybe. But then you need a design for the bearing. That doesn't make sense at all. Oh, I've made it complicated. I don't know if that complication is good or bad game design. It's like they had a broken cartwheel because the bearing broke and it all fell apart. Okay, so you make them a bearing and then you assemble it on the wheel. That's two separate forge moments. That doesn't seem right. It should just be repair the wheel. He gives you the frame, and then you just get a leather strap and iron to create a new bearing. So then the bearing itself is not necessary anymore. It's just not important at all as an item. It just becomes cartwheel. It's the wheel for a cart or carriage. Wheels make the world go round. Ha ha ha. I mean, I don't really need to extend the quest. That's the only thing. So we've got cartwheel. That's that. Cartwheel design makes the cartwheel. Perfect. And then instead of an iron ingot, instead of this, it's the we need the cartwheel frame as an item. And the frame item is a material. Well, that's what I would have done. Forge the bearing and then press it into the wheel. It's just that in this game, you either, if there is a process where you make something into something else, that requires a design in this game. So either you just make the bearing and you go deliver the bearing, or you fix the wheel and you deliver the wheel, the fixed wheel. Those are two separate things. If I make it so that you have to make the bearing and then press it into the wheel, it ends up being two separate. All right, you get your Oxford comma. It makes it out to be like two separate crafting instances, which means you need two separate design recipes, like designs, and that feels like one too many steps. Like pressing it into the wheel fuses the thing with the other thing. So it's just whether it's more interesting for the player if the quest is fix this wheel or fix this bearing as part of the wheel. That's the only thing. And I think for younger people, for like kids and stuff playing the game, it'll be more interesting if it's a wheel that you're fixing and you're piecing bits together. And also, I wanted there to be a reason for you to come to the shop to get a leather strap to place around the wheel. Because otherwise it's just, here's a piece of metal, here's the fixed result. You just take the metal and you turn it into the thing. Whereas this way, it's like a 3-part design that comes together and makes one new thing. It's not a, it's just the way it is. It's more interesting this way. A bare frame for a wheel. Not very useful like this. It needs a little more. It needs it's not very useful on its own. Okay. So then you have a cartwheel design, which requires a strap. This requires a frame. And it outputs a cartwheel. I screwed something up there. I know I did. One second. Dude, how is it 4:45? It feels like it should be 7 p.m. I'm so tired. All right, cart wheel. That gets F68 as its GUID. Frame gets CE6, good. Yeah, I should have swapped those, but oh well. So then, here, when we meet Charlie, when we talk to Charlie, let's give wheel to Charlie. He takes a cartwheel, not the frame. I accidentally renamed the wheel to be called frame instead of copying it and making a thing called frame. So now everywhere that it references cartwheel, it should be referencing the frame. Other way around. Okay, apply that. Apply that. This all gets to change anyway, but whatever. This I can get rid of. This return to Charlie with wheel, I don't need it anymore. Instead, I can just check to see if in your inventory you have a cartwheel. This is an old thing. I used to have to get a flag. There were like two separate flags. One to say there's one in my inventory right now, so I can start the conversation. And then one to say I've given you the wheel. And now the quest is over. Whereas instead, because I can do item checks now, I don't need to have that original one. So this return to Charlie with wheel doesn't even need to be here and doesn't need to exist. You just meet him. And then, I mean, like, maybe we could have a quest flag for, like, meeting Jowl. But even then, I'm not too happy about that. Let's just leave it as it is. So then, rewards. I don't know what we get as a reward. Maybe, like, some sort of, like, deed. Like a thing that tells us that we helped out. Anyway. So... we meet Charlie, we give the wheel back to Charlie, done. Get wheel design flag. I don't even know if we need that. Like, that's even a flag that doesn't make sense in the game anymore. It's not part of a quest, so... let's leave it around for now. So what happens here? Charlie... Give wheel to Charlie. All done. This requires you to have a cartwheel on hand. And then at the end, we're going to have this inventory flag check. Cartwheel to, we don't need that, remove that. And then apply as a prefab override. Quest item handler. He takes it after you give it to him. That's fine. Although I would really like, it would be really cool if this condition had like a takes afterward property so that it gets consumed by you doing this cutscene. The item gets removed from your inventory. I wouldn't want to do that automatically, but I could see lots of scenarios where I would want to do that. The only thing is it violates like the single responsibility principle for this condition. It's not supposed to do anything like that. I guess I could have something at the end of the cutscene saying like, at the end, take item. Or I just do what I'm already doing, which is just have him take it. Here. That's fine. So, there should be a cutscene where, I guess it's a Ned cutscene, where we meet Charlie. There he is. Okay. Now, back in these days, there probably would have been a cartwright in addition to a blacksmith. But doesn't matter. all of the components. It's fine. Save it for good luck. Save it again for good luck. I have for some reason, this thing doesn't save properly. I don't know. Sometimes I have to do it a few times. I have to fix that. Okay. Okay, so what's next? We need to make sure that at the end of this interaction, he gives you the cartwheel design, perfect. And also gives you the wheel frame, 1, apply. And also an iron pauldron? That's not right. But I'll leave that. So, can I run this quest right now? Bloody bloody blah. Blah blah blah. He comes in. I don't know why that hasn't done anything. We didn't get the yes sir. Oh, I probably know why. I think I know why. I need to go to the timeline. There was a timeline for this and I removed this clip. So I need from 16 to 16. Just the yes sir. Blah, 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 skip, talk, go, go, go. This should be running. Yeah, Charlie is a cat juggler. He doesn't juggle cats, he is a cat, and he juggles. Look at that. That's legit. So we need the iron ingot and a leather strap. Maybe I'll leave the ingot at Jowl's place as well. So the other thing is that this poor performers is a main quest. And how does it know where the quest ending goes? It just figures it out? That's pretty crazy. So this should open up the map. Yeah. Go to where... Yep. Cool. That's good. Ah, back to the game feeling like a real game. Slowly. Oops. I need to be careful of. It's so easy to just accidentally buy stuff. So he sells us an iron ingot as well. Well, he should. Sweet. So now the quest is actually doable. Technically. Let's see. I should be able to skip this one too, actually. Skip. We get the quest still? Do we get the items? Nice. Look at this guy, video game designer. Look at this guy. It's like he's been doing this for a year or two. That wasn't supposed to happen. All right. And then we want the leather strap and the iron ingot. And then we can go to build the cartwheel. Good. Nice. And now I know where Charlie is. He won't be where he is right now. But yay, we did the quest. Hello? Oh, okay, enjoy. Yep. Should Armin be able to exit without having to press S? It depends. It depends on whether you're leaving by going out of the place or whether you're leaving through the foreground. Foreground is S. Side is no. In this case, I'm a bit of an idiot because I made it so that the side of the thing has like an open left, like this awning is covering the open wall on the other side. So it's like, are you allowed to leave that way? Probably. I should probably just let you walk out that way. But I haven't been doing that up until now because you walk through the front door. So it's like you walk through the front door, but you exit out the side, you know? It's a bit weird. In any case, people come in from off that side, so you should be able to go off that side. You'd think so, Christian, but I'm not sure about that. Something about transitioning between the scenes, I feel, gives the game a sense of depth, because fading out and then fading back in kind of implies time passed. So it's not, and also having it be separate makes it a lot easier for me to design the scenes. It kind of like creates little boxes where content happens. That's not to say that it has to be that way. And there are parts of the game where it should be more sprawling, but here there's like a crampedness that I kind of want. Okay, looks like I can do that too. That's pretty good. Yeah, I do want there to be some, what's the word? Parallax. So it's a complicated one. It's complicated. So Charlie, I will massage it. It won't just be boxes. There'll be like one long scene with a lot of parallax. Couple of smaller scenes either side of it maybe, and then the town square, and then yeah, I've got ideas. Give wheel to Charlie. Oh, Charlie, hold on with the, hey Charlie, the wheel is all fixed up. That's some really good writing. I wish it was still tent pegs that I was making. Like he was gonna, hey now. I'll just kill these 3 lines. For now. Okay. So the only thing about this that I need to do is move him from here. Has he got any overrides? He does have overrides. Quest toggle. Meet Charlie flag. Oh, he shouldn't be here if you haven't met him. Required, and you need to have completed wheel. Give wheel to Charlie. And then I've totally broken this because I deleted. Oh, I hate this. When I delete flags, this is the other thing that makes the quest flags as objects not great, because they're assets. So you get missing references when you delete them. So now, like this. Oh, okay. I guess it just removes it automatically. Poor performers. Yeah, it's just 2. Okay, maybe that was fine. I think I have some cleanup code in there anyway. So if I run this, he should not be there. Or if he is there, he shouldn't be there if I take him away from this. Poor performers. Give wheel to Charlie. Save. And then run it. He's not there. Perfect. Okay. So then somewhere around here, I need them. And this requires some level design, and it requires some different things. From here, how am I going to get the player? Oh, that's tough. Oh no. There's no way back across without charge ability, which you get here. The flag system, I don't know if it will specifically help with localization. In general, having things be done by reference does help with localization because it means that nothing's hard-coded with text. That's kind of the big thing. Like, you just don't want to have to manually store text anywhere. But if it's in an object that's in a file with a GUID, you can always assign that GUID with text from other languages and then substitute the text with the database that has the GUIDs bound to the localized text. So as long as you're not handwriting the text characters in the game scripts, you know, if they're in objects, then yeah, it does help a lot. Okay. Cool. So how does this work? We would need some way to get back up here. Which I'm not against. But now maybe it calls for there to be another scene here to get back to him. In general, I think... so level design wise, the way this needs to work is it needs to be annoying and slow the first time. Hey Honda Civic, thank you so much for the follow. It needs to be annoying and challenging to get to where you need to go the first time because you have no abilities. And then having the abilities gives you the shortcut. So this, for example, is a big shortcut because you get to go from here straight over to there without having to go over the top if you have the wall run ability. Now, I need something equivalent to that for specifically this yellow ability, which you will have learned in Ned's workshop or underneath Ned's workshop. And the yellow ability, it shifts weights of things, or it breaks fragile boulders, or it engages, like it like plunges down buoyant platforms and then bounces you out of them. It's kind of like a few different abilities in one. I haven't really got the identity right yet, but now we have to do level design. So I can't not have had this designed. I have to design it. There was something actually pretty cool that I had that is now, oh, there it is. Yeah, I mean, that's kind of interesting, but we're trying to go up, not down. So the idea was you use the ability and it lifts a rock up lets you go down, and then you step off it and the rock comes back down. So it's the inverse of one of those pulleys from earlier on. In this case, maybe I just let the player run back up here. I just don't worry about it. Yeah. Okay. Lots of ideas. This scene is the scene I was thinking of. I could put it here. There's a whole extra like dungeon that I basically created a while ago, featuring these cats in 2023, in like October 2023, and it's pretty cool. Like, I liked it a lot. It's for the wrong ability. It's for the green snake ability, which got moved to chapter 1. So I could reappropriate parts of it, but the thing is, it's now like so much of it has been reproduced that it doesn't really have a lot of original content left in it anymore. The thing is, I still want, mentally, I'm still committed to the idea of all of these scenes being like north of this point here, like out here. Maybe that'll have to be for chapter 5 though, on the way back. Or they could be they could be between down here. In any case, what's this scene? This looks cool. Bro, where are we? Yo, thanks for the follow. What is going on here? Oh, is there these camera. No. What the hell? Oh, that's weird, and not how I would do that today. Okay. So many broken things. Oh, I see. That's pretty cool. That's quite neat. But now how do I get across there? Dude, I love these still. A lot to like about this stuff. Okay. I guess not. It's all different now. All the properties of the player character have changed. Hey. All right, enough playing around. So, God, what a big mess. What do we need to do? We need to move Charlie over to here, and then for now, I guess. The trouble is, what I want to be able to do is have this quest lead the player into this crucible. Hey, Bangalamanga, thank you so much for the sub. Welcome. I want it to lead to this crucible because I want the player to learn this ability here. What just happened? And then for you to learn how to do this here. And then we learn the ability. broken them. How do I fix them? Well, first let's do a commit because I've done so much stuff today. Updates. Ouch. I think I'm done for today. I can feel the gassing. Oh, I got so much work to do. Okay. Well, the thing is, what's crazy is that like a lot of the quest material in this chapter exists in the game currently. Like it's there. It's just not like hooked up properly. You know, the Super Nintendo is sitting in the display unit. It's just the RF cables aren't plugged into the TV. For like, I think there's even quest stuff here I was doing in chapter 2. I can't even, what happened? I was working on chapter 2. This is like, let's go back. This is like 2022. I was working on chapter 2. I got this far with a lot of these places. And then I think I just lost. I think I got a little bit depressed. I think I started feeling like the game didn't have enough mechanical depth to contain the amount of story that I was making. And I think part of that's still true. I think that not today, but it was true then. That like crafting wasn't that, there wasn't much going on with a lot of that stuff. I was trying to lean into making the crafting more complex. None of the stuff that you did in the chapters related back to the special abilities that you were learning. So they kind of felt a bit disparate. I think my pixel art was not where I needed it to be. But like, I remember I drew this on a boat on the way to the city for a stream that we did. That was like pre-Thailand. So that must have been 2022. And somehow 4 years have passed since then. It's actually insane how fast that's happened. And I look at the project now and I think to myself, how could I have made this project with less than this? The tools, my team, like how did I ever get this far? How did I ever get this far? It's like actually probably one of the most like absurd experiences of my life. Like I really didn't appreciate my mortality at like 25 and I really appreciate it now. Mostly because like it's so like, I think the thing that's changed the most is that as a 25-year-old, you look at all of what's in front of you and you think, I can do that. Like I could do that if I give myself a chance. And I don't care how long it takes. I'm 25. Like I'll figure it out. At 34, it's like, I don't want to work on anything unless I have a pretty good idea about how long it's going to take. Like the mental shift is so different. And I just don't like, I'm so glad in a way that I did this project this way. Sometimes I get depressed about it. Sometimes I think I wish I had learned the hard lesson earlier. I don't feel that way right now. I feel instead that there's a kind of gratitude that I was given the chance to see all of the parts of production and to understand the difference between something that's it's definitely where it needs to go versus like something that's starting in the right direction but has so much longer before it can be considered worthy of a player's time. I think that's the thing of like, there's I've got a fun idea, I built a fun prototype, and then this is a piece of production software that a player can enjoy and is bug-free and polished, and all of the ideas make sense and the game works. And I don't know if I'll ever make another game like this again that has this like JRPG insanity. And I fully understand now why like Western games are a lot mechanically simpler. But honestly, so too are a lot of Japanese games, I think, today. They're a lot more mechanically simple than like they would have been. Like it's not that they... I think what I'm falling into is that this kind of game specifically has like some real hairy parts about it that you can't really get around. And making a game that's more streamlined is cheaper. You said it. Streamlined, right? Hey, la poule mexicain. I look at like even Final Fantasy VII, I look at it and I'm like, man, there's so much stuff in that game. And the remake, they're just like full of these systems that like, honestly, in the game, in remake, it feels like bloat, especially Rebirth, because it's like you have so many. There must be thousands of people working on those games. Like, who was working on the item synthesis feature? Where it's like, oh, if I take a potion and I take another potion and I put them together, I get a different... You know what? It's like, there's so much stuff. Like, why does that feature exist? You know? It's like, not problems looking for solutions, but it's you have to be so deep in the weeds to be trying to solve those kinds of problems. And then there's like the rest of the whole game. So like, I appreciate it. And I think I know now the cascading nature of this kind of stuff. It also, like, I think I lost like 3 years to inexperience. I think I lost like 3. Just building stuff without a solid foundation and not knowing design-wise where they were headed. Story-wise, I always knew what I was making, but mechanically, I made some assumptions that I wasn't sure were going to pay off, or just like half assumptions. It was like, I'll figure that part out later. I just need to solve these bits now. And then I built a bunch of game and then realized, oh, these things don't head where I want them to. So what do I do now? Like all of the Crucible stuff and the abilities, like that stuff's great. This screen, this is scene graph. This is a view that I made in Unity to allow me to traverse my project more easily, and creates a world map as well. Yeah, the idea of like, how integral is the game's core concept to its mechanics? And how integral is that to the story? Having those 3 things be like actually related, which they weren't really before, it's valuable. And if I had kept going, if I went from 2020, let's just say I never diverged and I never iterated. I start the game in 2017. I get to PAX 2017. I take on the feedback and I go, screw it, I'm just going to make the game I want to make. dude, it would have been mechanically a complete mess, full of bugs. Absolutely. It would have been story. I think I probably could have gotten there, but it would have been a very odd looking game. Very painterly, but also very inconsistent. You know, like scenes like this one, which I still think are nice-ish to look at, but there's sort of like a piecewise design aspect to them where they don't, it kind of feels like I did these stairs separately to these things here and the column. There's like good ideas, but not quite cohering. That would have been the whole game, would have felt like that. Because I didn't know how to do VFX at the time. I didn't know how to use particle systems or anything like that. I had no mechanical like through line for how the game systems coalesce. The combat would have just been mash the button. I mean, I wouldn't have been able to solve that problem. Just mash the attack button. And the puzzles would have been very frustrating. Gosh, I wish I could show you the 2018. Is it finished? No, still midway through development. The game looks like this. Thank you. I really think like, oh God, I'm so proud of a lot of the kind of like gameplay innovations that I've come up with in the last few years. The directional attacks, I think are really cool. I like them a lot. I know some people don't, but for me, they're like what makes this game. Especially with the deflects, the new deflects. That's seeing that happen. Is just so cool. And then like this, like I'll be honest, straight up, I have not been in a position where I felt comfortable showing gameplay in a trailer since 2020. And I've had a trailer since last year, mid last year. I've had a trailer. I haven't been comfortable putting that trailer together and sending it out because I just didn't think that the combat had enough vision behind it that made it differentiate itself. Now I feel like it does. It's not perfect, but it has that now. It has something. Granted, still prototype animations in this. In this enemy encounter. Oh. Oh. Got him. What is that? Shit. Oh. Oh. There's good stuff there. There's like, it's not even, it's like, I don't need to guess anymore that it will be good. It's good now. So I'm much more happy to put something together now in that direction. But yeah, I wouldn't have been able to do any of that before. Anyway. But yeah, like I really didn't, like, do I have the 2018? Gosh, I'm not even sure. Oh, here we go. Yeah. Oh, but this is a video of the demo. Let me see if I've got the demo as a... I'm sure I've got it somewhere. 1.5.4. Oh, that's a 6. Just videos. I think I could download it off of itch. Yeah, I do. I do have it. Let me grab it. Dude, I've got it from 2018. You want to see the 2018 version? Oh my gosh. Now that'll be something. 30 megabytes? How? How? What? Excuse me? Sure. Hey, Lathe. All right, here we go. 2018. Ah, that's fun. Game Boy sound. I really like this intro. I wrote this music. This was solo at the time. You ready? Whoa. That pressing jump gives you so much horizontal. Pressing attack is like, it's huge. What? That can't be right. What is that roll, dude? Oh, and I have stamina. It's Dark Souls. Oh, geez. The stairs. The chest is so small. Oh, there's something warm about these colors, though. I quite like that. I made this font. Oh, I can't show you anything. Hang on, let me hide the overlay. He's actually so cute, though. He's so cute at this scale. He's got such a little big head. This is what people saw at PAX. Hang on. I'm fixing something. There's no sprint. I still love that, the shirt animation. Oh, we're here. Oh, really? Town theme everywhere. Oh, wow. 640 by 360 pixel perfect parallaxing. Do I have to do the dog cutscene? I do. I wrote this. This track is not good for this part. It's very sepia, this version. I don't hate it. And that was the end. That was the whole quest. You just meet the old man. He's just here. Okay, now you get the sword. And you go. Look at the mountain in the background. Oh, no tutorial, by the way. Wait, do I get to parry? Oh, I press down and attack. No, it's not good. The screen shake's cool though. That feels good. This is 2018. Oh. Nah, but you can't feel it. There's so much stuff here that's broken. It's so raw. Like everything. Oops. It's not bad. Oh, these guys used to be able to throw these at you and you could parry them back. I might bring that back at some point. I mean, like, it's already annoying, like the music. Although, oh. It's such a different thing today to what this is. And it's not that this is bad per se, but this, I mean, apart from making me want to cry from nostalgia, it's like, it's just my nostalgia. It's not like, I don't think this is a good game. I think it's a good idea. There's lots of good ideas in the game, but it's not what I wanted it to feel like. Like, you don't have to interact with these enemies at all. You just walk past them. You know, like the game is just whatever at that point. Now, this, let me show you something. This was the original, like what I was, is there any way to turn the music down? Nope, okay. That's cool. So this idea here was kind of what started Insignia today. It's so fiddly. This is so broke. This is terrible. There's no coyote time. Can I just jump past that? How does that work? Dude, it's crazy to think I had watched the end of Get. Oh my god, this is killing me. It's. Oh my god. Okay. It's crazy to think that I watched the end of Game of Thrones before. How do I get up there? Oh, like that. Okay. See, that's what I mean. 1, 2, 3. Oh, it doesn't even happen. That's so hilarious. Jesus Christ. Oh, really? Yeah, I would lose interest in this very quickly. Can I click around? No. Like, I feel like I've seen enough. I might bring these guys back, you know. It's just like so unrefined as to be not a full game. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Oh. And that's it? Did they come back? Okay. That's enough of that. Now we go 2020. We see what changed. The wooden stream. Oh, that was fun. There's something, you know, I fought really hard, Arya, for many years to be like taken more seriously as like a developer, as a streamer. And now I wonder if like the charm was back there. Did I leave it back there? All right, let's have a look. This is February 2020. Is it better? Wow. My eardrums. It just blasted me. What is going on with this volume? I still have the stamina, but I got more stamina now. No spot. Dude, what is that jump arc? Can we just... The audio is linear decibels, which is like logarithmic. Like it halves every time you go down. It's starting to look like my game though, a little bit. Wow, camera still looks like this, huh? And no prompts. Bottom dialogue. Hey, I'm Armin. Hey, we got the quest log thing. I can't believe I don't have a sprint. That's a cool sprite shader though. I put a lot of work into that. Look at that. That's still there. This looks a lot closer to what it looks like today. Oh, I like this track. My heart. Dude, this is gonna be a tearjerker. I love this track. I'm really trying here. This was a lot of work to get to this point. Oh, I hated this system. Wait, I could just make a sword? Oh, Orenstead theme. Can I jump up on this yet? Still not. Oh, yep. Yes, I can. Ooh, the high... I think that's still in the game. No well. I hate this quest. Dude, I finished watching Game of Thrones again this week. We watched all of it. That's why I remembered. I can't believe that I made the roll that aggressive. There's no way I would do that today. Look how far you go. It's like you just... this track. All right, Hugo. Snake jazz. And then still old man here. God, this is nothing like what the game is now. Oh, different music. And here we have the tutorial for the first time. I agree, there is something charming about this grass, looking back at it. Old targeting system. Rations. I wonder if it's frame dependent. Maybe my computer's too fast. Hello? Oh, no vertical attacks. Oh. It's just such a different thing still. This is not a game that I could have... Oh, this is with the spider. Like, what was that? It's jank. It's not enough. There are such cool ideas here, and I'm just not, at this point, I'm just not a good enough designer to make those ideas cohere. Even the level design, like, look at, this is supposed to be a mine. You know it's a mine because there's a wheelbarrow. You know what I mean? Like, it's not enough. It's not enough. Did you just see that? Did you peep the stagger bar on the 2020 stagger bar on that Wolverine? It used to go down there. I parried that. I parried that too. Little old bees. I guess I have to do this. Oh, let's see how bad I am at this tutorial. This is almost the same, almost identical. I like this. Hey, I'm amazing. You could actually take damage here. You could die there. This is almost the same. Oh my god. I don't like down and attack for parry, man. But the targeting system was much better at the time. It hurts. The goat. That's my voice for sure. That's literally me voice lining that. Okay. Dude. That's beautiful, that little light coming out there. Ouch, excuse me. Dude, it's so cute what I was trying to do here. I don't even know, like, if I met me today, if I met this guy making this game today at like my local meetup, I literally don't know what I would say to him. More energy? Yeah. And you know what? All of the critique that I would give him is the critique that I've like done. Like the changes that I've made are the changes that I would make me make. Bro, I can't. That's cute. Very cute. So different though. So different. This is a real game. I would play this game. This is current, yeah. Dude, look at this game. Look at that animation. Totally different system now. I love this system. I love the game that I'm making. He just got skinny legs. Look at how alive this town is, and how much more integrated the terrain is. You know, it's like a real. It's like the assets live together now in a way that they didn't before. Gosh, I've gotten better. But it took so long to get better. Look at the jump arc now. It's like a proper semicircle. Before it was like a V. And we have a sprint, and we have a better dodge roll. And the puppy looks different. He's not a Shiba anymore. Oh boy. Okay, enough of that. That was fun. Crazy progress. I would never. I couldn't do it. The winding stairs, manually, 12 frames of bricks rotating, one brick rotating into the next. 100 bricks deep. No, you can kind of, it duplicates. There's like a row of 3 bricks that rotate, and then I duplicate that row and offset it for every brick in the thing. And then the staircase is just like animating one step into the next step for all of the steps. On a 1 to 10 scale, yeah, unfortunately, I just can't. If you think about it, like his shoulder does not stay in the same spot anywhere. There's no way I could bind his shoulder to the thing. I would need to draw for every animation that he possibly has in the game. For every animation, I would need to draw a shoulder pad matching that animation. It would be brutal. Like, where does the shoulder pad go now? Where does it go now? Where does it go now? There's thousands of animation frames for the main character. Like, you would have to put it everywhere. At best, we could do stuff that's like floating around him. But yeah, I would never even bother. And I prefer it this way too. I prefer the equipment being like hypothetical, you know. It's in like, you know, Dark Souls, Elden Ring, you never see the accessories, right? They're always just on your person. They're like rings or things that you can't see on the character model. So that's the way that works here. And how much different is the camera from the way it used to be? Look at how smooth and well directed it is. You know, a little zoom in, a little pan. It's not like attached to the character like it used to be. It actually kind of knows where it wants to go. Some of the years of development is just that kind of stuff. Yeah. Anyway, I gotta go, pals. I needed that, actually, I think. Just that little emotional boost. To chapter 1 of the first demo in 2018 is crazy. I mean, I could have made the whole game like that, and it would have taken me maybe a couple years. Today, if I was making chapter 1, if I was building on 2018's demo today, I think I could finish the game pretty quickly. But I don't think that game was worth finishing. That's literally why I've taken 10 years. Like, it just wasn't a game worth finishing. That's why in 2022, I took all the stuff that I've been working on in chapter 2 and paused. There is a boss, yeah. There are many bosses. The only thing is now, it's like I really have to flex really hard to make this stuff live up to the standard that I've set. So we'll get there. We'll get there. It's still not perfect, but I don't think I'll be reworking any of this stuff. I love this stuff. So anyway, I gotta go, pals. I'll see you on Thursday, yeah? Whoa, where did we get 180 people? Hello? We got 200 people watching right now. Let's read See Good Games. Thanks, everyone. It was a pleasure. I always enjoy streaming for you, and I want to do my very best to keep powering along and making more content and getting the game into a better spot. For the next year and a half, this is my life. We're gonna get there. So I'll see you. Thanks, everyone. Wishlist Insignia on Steam if you haven't. Thank you so much for your support. As always, I've been Adam. You've been the Pixel Pals. This has been the Indie Tales Game Dev live stream. Until next time.